Hello. First stream from new computer, so I'm gonna check the setup here. Okay, this is correct. Category is wrong. Game software and game development. That's fine. Let's see. Seems to be some issues on Twitch at least. Software and game development. That's fine. Let's see. Seems to be some issues on Twitch at least. YouTube might be fine. The video has been cancelled, which says. Okay. Um, we could try lowering the bitrate a little bit. The output, let's put it at like 6,000 kilobits. Software, or maybe I should use hardware. Okay. That seems to have fixed Twitch as well, maybe. That seems to have fixed Twitch as well, maybe. Let's see the chats. Test here. Those show up, great. I believe then we might be ready. Hello. I just realized my microphone were only set in this full screen scene. So I wonder if I have been completely quiet this entire time. Unlucky. Oh well. UI for carry weight and speed. So my thoughts on this were if we're gonna use just the letters and numbers, like showcasing this is the current carry weight, this is the maximum carry weight, this is your current speed, and this is the maximum speed. If we're just gonna showcase this information, or if we're gonna showcase something more visual, like a speedometer, um, like regardless, if we're gonna make a speedometers like max speed and current speed, we are going to need this information, right? Current speed, max speed, displayed on the screen. We're just gonna translate it from just text into actual visuals, which is why I think starting with just letters and numbers is fine, because then we have the base for the speedometer. Great. What we have to consider here is each player should have their own weight and speed calculated and showcased. Because we have like a general UI that is shared among players, right? Here is the shared UI. It's the only UI we are currently using. Like we did have a UI on the player as well, but we don't use that one anymore. So I have two options. Either I continue using the shared UI and just update the values, make sure that each player get their respective values updated correctly for speed and weight, or I do the speed and weight in the player UI. The advantages of doing it in the player UI is going to be it's going to be easier to mm, to make it individual. Like I don't have to think so much about it. I just take the I just reference like speed from the movement, right? Um, Here's movement. Side movement, we have like speed, right? And we have the calculations where we find the current speed and stuff. So that's one advantage of having it in this UI. Another advantage would be that as we add more things that is maybe player specific for the UIs, it is all then going to be located under the player object. So it's going to be very split, like what's the player UI and what's the shared UI. So the disadvantages of having it here is that it's maybe not as easy to like make sure the positioning of everything is correct as we update the shared UI, for example. Let's say that we move some stuff around in the shared UI. It is completely separate from the player UI, so then we're gonna have to move things in the player UI. All right. So my first thoughts might be to make a section here for player UI, which is like separate, but still inside the same UI. So see, this is the UI, health bars, inventory, top right. Okay. Then maybe down here somewhere we could have. We don't want too much crap on the screen, of course, and if this was a very large task to add, I should have considered it more before I tested it, but I think this is going to be a quick task, hopefully. Not more than a few hours for sure. In the worst case. These are horizontal, yeah. No, these are vertical boxes. And they consist of another vertical box with a health bar and field text. They use synchronizers. Okay. Where would we want it? Let's reset the spawning of the enemies. So we're not gonna have to deal with all of that. While we're mining. Where would we want the speed and everything? What I'm trying to figure out right now is two things. First is like, where would the text be in the way? So obviously, if the text was in the middle of the screen, it would be super annoying, right? Just to make an extreme example. But as well, while we're dragging, we might be looking down at this thing. Would it be a problem to have the text in the middle bottom, or would that be fine? Another thing to consider is also like how much are we going to look at it, and how easy is it to see. Like if we have it in the bottom right corner, still easy to see, and we might not want to check it all the time. Probably we're going to check it like when we pick up stuff to like see, okay, we're currently at 5 speed, 4 speed, 3 speed. Okay, that's enough. Let's go up that. Oh, like considering that, if we have, just see here, like this is the screen. We have this and this and this display already. Let's say that we put the display like down here, speed and carry weight. If we feel like the screen is getting cluttered, like there's too much shit on the screen, right? An alternative could be to have some kind of indicator or text display when the weight changes. As an example, if we have this is, let's say this is not visible most of the time. This is like speed and this is speed and carry weight. So we're driving around, we're starting to mine, we pick up an ore, and then it shows up like per second. And it says like speed 5 out of 8. Couple of seconds, goes away again. What this would do is then we would get the information when we need it without clustering the screen at all times. You see? And what's to consider then is like, is it going to be drawing a lot of attention when this pops up all the time? Like, oh, got this. Oh, it's here again. Whoa. Like, is the player's attention going to be drawn too much towards that? I don't know, but this might be a solution we go for, right? Popping this up. Let's try that for our first iteration. First, we're gonna need the UI. You can add like box is what we've been using so far. So let's continue with that. We're gonna need a couple of labels probably. We're gonna position this one using like anchor. I'm gonna put it bottom right, but we're gonna have slight offset probably where we do custom offset. And then we put it maybe like so how did we do it here? Anchor offset minus. Right? Like that? Okay. Minus 20 there. Okay, I understand. And we're probably gonna have like 2 lines. We're gonna keep it separate. Probably not like this. So we can write carry weight and speed. Something like that. I think it would look better like this. Then 2. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like that. I would like to have them on the same line, if that makes sense. That might be difficult to do. Oh well, maybe this is good enough. Okay. When do we want to update this? That's when the player changes carry weight or upgrades his speed. Speed or weight changes. So I think all of that happens in movement, to be honest. Update jetpack here, right? You update the speed. So when this is called, and also let's note it. changes trigger when jetpack is updated, jetpack speed is updated, current weight carried is updated. Jetpack carry weight, maximum. Okay, so these three for sure. Recompute weight multiplier is run when update jetpack is called. So, and it's also run when the weight changes, I believe. Yeah. Which means having the update of the UI here might be enough. Might not need more than that. Dragged weight and jetpack max carry weight. So update UI. Weight. So speed is our maximum speed, right? when we update the jetpack. Oh, there's something called jetpack speed. Okay. And jetpack top speed even. And current speed we'll have to calculate, so the weight multiplier, what is that? Is it gonna be like between 0 and 1? Yes, it is. The speed is probably used this way. You have to verify. Where we calculate the speed. Velocity. Just a random ID. Start with climbing walls. Buy jetpack later. Random ID. I'm not even sure if I'm gonna actually utilize sprinting, but this is basically the formula I'm using. Sprint multiplier is not declared. Okay. This is the one. Let's skip it for now, but make sure to have a note. Hmm. Okay, so we got the values we need. The weight string and the speed string. Now we have to update the UI with this. Using a signal is probably the cleanest we can do here. Who is doing the weight multi? Is it the server? Or is this calculated locally on each client? Movement. Who owns the movement node? Let's look at the player. Movement node. It's the client. The client who owns this player object. Yeah, he's the authority on the movement node. So this means we can do, if not, how do we do authority again? We are setting authority here as a bool. That is not, this is like a local bool. What we could do is declare this bool up here. I don't know which one it would fit under. What's important is that in ready, change this authority. So now authority should only be true on the player who owns this on the authority player here. So we can say if not authority, just forget about this. But for authority, let's do these things, run a signal. What did we call it? Signal bus? Yes. And then we need a signal in the signal bus. Close other tabs. Find the signal bus. Here's update speed weight UI. And a string. Maybe we should just send the weight. Then we would have to send the weight, max weight, speed, max speed. Huh. Yo, new Joker, welcome. Why does line 45 have a type declaration? Let's see. 45. Ah, did I miss it maybe? 9:26, 3 minutes ago. I'm not sure which. 47 now. Okay. On ready. var equipment. Get first node. Manage equipment. Type declaration. What does this one do? Already var equipment node. This one just saves a reference to like a node where all my equipment is saved. Node type. Ah, like that. I think it's just, yeah, true. I do use it a lot of places, so I could have used it here as well. I think the equipment manager is just a normal node. Like, yeah, it's a normal node. So it would have been like this then. Good catch. Yeah, I understand. It is good to be doing it the same way everywhere, of course. Thank you. Signal bus, update speed and weight UI. Do this one with so the current weight is going to be the dragged weight. Max weight is going to be Jetpack's max carry weight. Current speed is calculated here. The max speed is going to be jetpack top speed. And then how do I call this signal? See if I can remember. Do I have it here? Signal, emit signal, right? Emit signal. Then we do signal name. So let's do like here, like that, and then the variables here. Now these strings we can use in the UI part instead. Whatever, let's do it like this, I guess. It is kind of nice to not have too much indentation though. Maybe I should just keep it like this. Speed and weight information. Line 10 in signals and 5. 338 in movement. Ah, like that. Yeah, speeders float. True. I'm being policed. Oh no. Spawn enemy. I think enemies are always going to be character body 3D, but am I 100% sure though? I guess I'll get the error thrown my way if suddenly make something else. I think so. 10 in signals. That was this one. 5 in signals. This one. Current weight, max weight. These should all be floats, I believe. Speed and max speed. Yeah. There we go. Let's listen to the signal. How do we listen to a signal? Connect my signal. Okay, we have that signal. We connect to it. We connect a specific function to it. Okay. Let's UI, weight and speed text. Let's see. Actually don't have any scripts in the UI currently. But do I have a UI section here? UI. Yeah. Weight and speed text. Sure. Is it in ready? I connected a signal, I think so. We have the signal bus. And then we do connect like this. And then we connect the function. Update text, I guess, something like that. And we do update text, and it's going to receive a lot of things. All of these things. Raid! Wow. Welcome. I didn't see, sorry, I don't have like a way to see who raided me, but thank you so much. I'm currently going through a few notes that I made while I did some playtesting. And I'm making a few updates to my game, which I think was lacking or that I found bug fixes or something. So far we did our multi-shot used to fire all the missiles at the same time, and it would be a bit messy when all the missile hit the target at the same time. It could overkill a lot and things like that. So we spread out the fire of the multi-shot. Now instead of all the missiles being clumped together, it's going to be like a rapid fire every X seconds. Much cooler. And we fixed random targeting and verified 2 bug fixes. That's what we did. And now we're working on showcasing just some carry weight and speed, because a mechanic in the game is that you pick up things on the ground and you're flying around with a jetpack, but your speed decreases as you approaches your max carry weight. So I thought it would be good to show this somewhere. Yeah, let me see, new Joker, what you did here, what you said. Can I maybe take this chat out? Get nice, there we go. Now I can see more of the chat. A tips, emit signal wants a signal as a string name rather than a string. You can give it a string like you did, but since it uses string names, it has to convert. Tiny overhead, but if you wanted to give it a string name instead, and update UI weight would be the string name version. Okay. So we want to do it like this, then connect at and my string. Okay. Yeah, I'll try that. Good tip, good tip. Now did I actually, oops, I removed the strings I had created. Well, then we have to recreate them here. It is attached to the label. So can we update text on the label like this, I wonder? That will be easy to test. Let's just run update text when we start the game. Or test. Yes, it runs. It updates the label if we do it like this. Good. Fixing things are good. Yep. Just the and is the only difference on your end. Nice, nice. All right. So text. What do we want to show? We want to show speed for sure. Wait first, maybe. Wait. Gonna have current weight slash max weight. And then we're gonna do a new line. We're gonna have speed. current speed and max speed. Wait, okay. So 3 out of 4 speed, 1 out of 2 weight. I wonder. That is not correct though. The max carry weight should be 1 at the beginning. What is the... I'm guessing we update the jetpack when we start the game. Top speed is 2. Max carry weight is 1. So it's showing one too many on max carry weight, showing 2 too many on max speed. String names are good for things that get compared and data that doesn't change, like signal names. They have a little more orientation in comparison to strings, but much faster in the comparison. Strings, however, are good for data that constantly changes, like information on your UI. Less overhead on creation, but slower for comparisons. I see, okay. And yeah, I only need the and signal in the part where I emit the signal, right? Not in the declaration of the signal or anything like that. I guess the declaration of the signal is only going to happen once anyways. It doesn't matter. It doesn't use a string. So emitting. Yeah. Good. Good to know. Let's see. This is the current weight. What are we sending here? Layer movement. Blah, 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 blah. Here. Dragged weight. Dragged weight should be 0 in the beginning. Yeah, it is 0. How come it sends 1? That doesn't make any sense to me. Let me just do a quick test where we send 1, 2, 3, 4. It does show up as 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that was this. Maybe those were stupid numbers because that was exactly what we had earlier as well. Okay. So it's somewhere in the when I send it, something goes wrong. Okay, it still shows 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, of course I did. It's the test I added, right? There we go. Delay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Now it's not updated though. Let's see if we pick up pick up something. This one. No, it didn't update. The signal didn't run. Hmm. Wait, multi. Ah, oops. Maybe I. Ah, now it's correct. I had made it so that update did not happen on the client instead of it happening. That was a bit silly. Now we can see the weight is 0 out of 1. Speed is 2 out of 2. When I pick this up, 1 out of 1 on weight. And speed is 1 out of 2. Okay. And if we update something like carry weight, that goes up. If I update top speed, that goes up. And lastly, let's try to overcap the weight and see. Do you have any for loops? And if so, may I see it? Ah, for sure, there must be some for loops. Or maybe, I think I used a for loop when I created the missiles today. The multi-shot logic. We have, where are our weapons? Weapons. Missile launcher. Here, for I in range multi-shot. Do this stuff. For loop, not typed. You can type I. You can say for I int. Ah, you mean like this then for I int? Ah, this one. Now I understand. You want me to specify what type multi-shot is. I think multi-shot is float, yeah. But of course, when we use it in the range, it should probably be like this then. Anyways, multi-shot should always be an integer, I guess. You never shoot 2.5 missiles. And since that is now an integer, then I don't need this. And then when we update the multi-shot, take the integer of the value here. Okay. Yeah, those. That is probably something I forgot in every for loop. If I were to guess that I didn't specify the I was an integer for sure. It could definitely cause some errors if the multi-shot were suddenly like 2.5 for some reason. It's a good catch. Now, where were we? Oh yeah, we're gonna check if we take more than the max carry capacity. Now we have weight 5 out of 5, that's the max. Then we take one more, 6 out of 5, and the speed goes to 0. That's good. Okay. I guess we could turn the text red or something if that happens. Actually, we could like probably use some coloring, like on multiple stages as well, like green. And you're down on the top 33% of the speed. Yellow, red, but maybe, maybe. Don't think I'm gonna do it now though. Good. Oh, I believe we checked that it updated when these two things happen, when we bought more speed and carry weight. And we also checked that it updates when we pick up anything that weighs something. So this then can go. This is completed. We can work on the next thing. Picking up multiple pebbles at once. That's a bit of a bigger one because we're gonna need a bit of logic there. You didn't know it was a thing in GDScript to do static typing on the for loops. Until you went to settings and turned everything to error instead of warning and ignore. Okay, I see. Could I ask, by the way, who rated me? Like, would like to give a proper thank you, of course. Is it the Triple Jump game who rated me? Project settings, debug, GScript, I believe, is the path. Many people turn them all on error. So by putting it all on error, it helps to have things like accidentally putting a for loop on a range of 2.5, I guess. Like the making sure you do the static typing correct then. That correct? Triple Jump game is rating with a party of 7. Awesome. Thank you so much, Triple Jump Games. Uh, Triple Jump Games. That's awesome. I'm gonna check him out later. Always cool to get some new faces in the chat. I appreciate it. Many people are afraid to turn them all on error, I should say. It really forces you to be more strict. Yeah, it depends. Like if it creates more work, which is not strictly necessary, if if it creates like very small extra tasks and it secures less errors and bugs down the line, it might be worth it. It's definitely scary to do it like in the middle of a project, like I am now, because then I would probably have to go back and fix a lot of scripts at once. But maybe I should take a look at it someday, though. Um, no warning or ignores. Something like that. So we can choose between a hotkey to pick up multiple pebbles at once, try to figure out how we avoid interrupting mining when pebbles get in the way, or start scaling block health and value of the pebbles dropping when we go deeper in the mine. These are all potential things we can work on. Hmm. Maybe we should do this one first. Try to avoid mining being interacted when pebbles get in the way. And as I wrote here, there are two solutions we could use. So basically, see if I can find some iron and show you. If I start mining and then this pebble gets in the way, I stop mining because the collider doesn't recognize that I'm looking at this stone anymore. If I have like separate raycast which ignore the pebbles that I use for mining and a separate mining hotkey, I can mine straight through this pebble. The only issue with that would be that I have two hotkeys, one for mining and one for picking up the pebbles. But maybe that's best. I'm not sure. The alternative is like, even if we have like a lot of pebbles nearby, say we have like 3 pebbles here. If I start mining and I hold down the mining key, I then ignore the collision with the pebbles. Then I would still only have one key, and I would be able to continue mining if the pebbles got in the way while I was mining. But the only issue with that part is that when I start mining, I have to actually target somewhere that there is no pebbles. Say I had 10 pebbles following me for some reason, then like targeting the ground, for example, between those might be a hassle. So that's what I have to consider. I definitely don't want the number of hotkeys to increase drastically. But let's say we have a hotkey for shooting, mining, and generally interacting with objects. Then picking up pebbles and interacting with the shops is the interact hotkey. And the interact hotkey would probably have something like when you hold shift, it picks up all the pebbles nearby or something instead of just one. I'm leaning towards having a separate hotkey for mining. Good old UX decisions, which would provide the better experience for the user. Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out like what would I be the most comfortable with playing? Like how would I want it if I were playing a lot? Hmm. But I wonder, like generally, if I have a ray cast which collides with layer 1, 2, and there's an object in layer 1 first, but an object within the raycast range in layer 2 behind it. Will it be able to detect both objects, or does the raycast stop at the first object it collides with? Just gonna figure out if I need one or two raycasts or like handle what layers it collides with and stuff like this. Okay, it doesn't go through it. It just collides with the first thing. Okay. So either I have to like say while I'm mining, I ignore layer 1, or would have to use a separate raycast for mining, which just looks for the layer 2, like that. If you provide the ability to remap controls, user can assign the same button to both if they prefer both. True, true. So a separate hotkey could be the solution then. It is kind of rare that games let you actually assign the same hotkey to multiple settings, though. Could of course be that I allow it and just have a little warning that the hotkey is also in use for testing when it happens. That is a good point. Or I could have like a little check mark if the user sets interact with objects. There could be a check mark. Also use this hotkey for mining. That would be like very specific. Nice crocodile. All right. I'm gonna make a separate raycast, I think, for mining So believe the raycasts live in the camera. Raycast mining and interactions. Let's just do interactions on that one. And then let's copy it and then look at collision. What is array mask? Raycast targets. I would have to make sure all the mining objects have their own thing. Let me hurt box. Use 5. Do mineable objects. Do raycast mining. Like that. And now let's see. Where do we trigger the mining? It's probably in interactions, right? Hmm. Physics, direct space, state, intersect shape. Okay. How does this work? So it's basically like a collider then that you check what it collides with, so that you're able to detect both what's in front and behind. Good work, yeah. I see here. Mining, let's see. Trying to figure out how to solve this, but I'm probably gonna have to set up, if the input is mining, then I do the hit equal other raycast. I rename this to interact raycast and I make another one called mining raycast. Okay, that is fair. So where do we set mining? If it isn't mineable, we start mining. That's probably where we set Mining to true, yeah. I'm just gonna do else if so that player doesn't hold both interact and mining at the same time, that it would cause some issues. I guess I don't need to use just press then. Could I do while it's held instead? Press, mine. Mining raycast. Okay, so a couple of things. First, we need to add a mining raycast. So we do port war mining raycast like this. And then on the camera, we have the raycast for mining. We also need a hotkey input. Blah 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 blah. Mine. So what hotkey aren't we using? Hmm. A lot of the good hotkeys are taken actually. Could use the same button as we shoot with when we're down in the mine, since there's no enemies there. At least not yet. Hmm. Could use R. Honestly, I probably would want the mining to be interact R. I don't know. Also, the double bang many don't know or use should be able to do if mining or repairing, and not hit. I know many that don't like the double bang, so it's more of just a random fact. I can understand preferring equals null for readability. Hmm. Double bang. I haven't used the double exclamation point before. Not sure how that one works. Um, it's interesting that it exists. Hmm. Okay, fine. Let's just see how this works. This one mines, this one doesn't. Hit mining or cascade collider. I need the mining block. Um, collision, collision. Layer 5. Mineable objects. Now interact doesn't work. I see, it resets all the time, it seems. Mm. It could be in the mining script itself that I have something with the interact button. Maybe not. I think currently I'm resetting the mining somewhere. Maybe here somewhere. This is to interact with the pebbles. That's fine. If hit is nothing, Stop mining if the object is not in the group mineable. Double bank course the bool to bool, so null among others come back to false. Ah, I see. I did see that Godot actually seems to be doing that by itself sometimes. Like if I, for example, ask if hit and the hit is null, it will treat that as false. If that makes sense. Like if I say if hit, then interact, it will be able to skip the if section if the hit is null. We'll treat it as false, it seems. Probably similar. Hmm. Some instances code enters even if it's null. That's scary. Mining, and we're not hitting a mineable. Stop mining. Start mining. We are mining. And hit is not the same as the previous hit. Stop mining. Start mining this one instead. Hit is not the same as previous hit. Okay. Hit is null. Updated by the raycast. Okay, continue updating here. If we are mining. Okay, so it's not triggering anywhere except if we target this. First thing it does is to start mining. The next thing it does is restarting mining because hit is not the same as the previous hit. Previous hit. Previous hit is updated to be the hit at the end here. Also here. When we start mining, let's see, then we are here. We start mining, we should jump out here and set previous hit equals hit. Blah, 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 start mining. Update all of this stuff. Okay, so the very next frame then. Previous hit should be mining block we just hit. What's gonna happen? Process sets the hit to null. If we are mining, it's this one. Using the camera raycast, still the mining part. Right. Probably. Yeah, that was it. Okay. Now. Oh wow, it's super far, this raycast. A bit too far, actually. Yeah, I'll fix that soon. So usually you can pick this up, yes. But now if we're gonna start mining, nice, we can just keep mining even if we target this thing. And that's very smooth. This thing don't fall. I've noticed sometimes if they have come to a complete standstill, they won't recognize that the ground beneath them disappears. I'm not sure exactly when that happens, but sometimes it does happen. Okay, so now the interact hotkey and the mining hotkey is different. Hmm. So what we did was use a separate raycast and hotkey for mining that interaction. Picking up multiple pebbles at once. So that would probably just be like an alternative to the interact hotkey, like shift plus the interact hotkey. We don't have to target a pebble one by one, but instead of that, we pick up everything in a certain range. Very useful when we get to the end game, yes. It's a bit more daunting than the other tasks that we did today. We can maybe reuse a lot of code from how we target the enemies, as I had written there. Eligible targets, where is that set? Eligible target. On body enter. So we track the pebbles like this. Connect. That's not needed on that one. And this is the reason why the missiles fly around the target until it disappears, even though it's dead. Like it takes 2 seconds from the target dies to it disappears. And the death signal, it runs only when the body disappears. So we would probably have to either use a signal that runs immediately when the enemy dies before the body disappears, or figure out something else to like remove this enemy from eligible targets as soon as he reaches 0 hit points. Mhm. Probably run the death signal as soon as he reaches 0 hit points, to be honest. Should add it to the to-do list. Task list. Uh, eligible targets as soon as they die. That signal runs once the enemy is deleted. Can it run when the enemy reaches 0 HP instead? Takes about 2 seconds from the enemy reaches 0 HP until it is deleted. Causing missiles to fly in circles around them after death. Okay. Anyways, use a on-body enter, like a sphere collider around the player, have it track pebbles as eligible targets the same way as this one tracks enemies. And then for each pebble nearby, pick it up probably until a specific max. Like there's never ever going to be an instance where the player wants to pick up more pebbles than the max carrying weight, because then it can't move. So by default now I could put it up to the max carry weight. But then I might allow the player to tweak this in the settings later to say, like, I want to pick up pebbles until I have 70% of my max carry weight, like a slider with this pick up all button. Because when you have like your max carry weight, you move so slow, it's not efficient. Usually you might want to pick up 50, 60, 70% of your max carry weight. Yeah. Anyways, will we get to move on? Did in mining or interactions, I suppose. Let's see, is it an area I'm using? It's an area 3D with a collision shape 3D. So interactions, area 3D with collision shape 3D. Set it as a sphere. Pickup radius. Pickup collider. And we're gonna have to need a script. All right. What kind of body is a pebble? Block pebble. Rigid body. Rigid body 3D. Should close all this. Save. All right, and then we need a list of eligible targets. It's an array, I guess. Go back to our weapon script here. Then we have eligible target like this. Track pebbles in range. Track pebbles in range. Oh. Then we probably need On body exit. Is that how you write it? It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. No. We're gonna connect the signal. Okay. But is it erased then? Look back here again. Exit. Okay. Ready. Connect these signals. Blah blah. Body exit. Virtual target erase body. Correct. Ah, do I need to declare this signal or what? Going on here? Ah, maybe I just named the functions differently. That could be. No, I'm not sure. On body enter is not declared. On body entered. Enter. Body entered. So is this not like default one? Ah, I should do it on the area 3D, I guess. That's probably why it didn't work. Um, let's see. Pickup area. Um, yeah, that fixed it. Okay. Yeah, I see a new Joker. Yeah, I was supposed to have the script on the area, so my bad. Track the pebbles in range. We have our list of our pebbles now. There's still like when the pebbles are deleted from the game, we have to make sure that eligible targets gets updated as well. I'm not sure like where. See how is it deleted here? Full position. Physics. Melting. Q3 soon. Nice. Body Q3. It happens here. Okay. So here I could run a signal that the pebble is being melted. And Q3 could run in the smelting function here. Probably. Pebble, smelting, blah blah blah, Q3, and signal pebble being Q3'd. All right. Forgot it was a separate hotkey to pick them up now. Okay. Go. Pebbles were rigid bodied. No. Then we have to see if that's in the eligible targets. We should have done something similar here in eligible targets, just like that. look at it here. A smelted pebble in eligible targets. Erase. Smelted pebble. Okay. Now pebble smelted. Melted pebble. No. Let's see. Pebble smelted. This. Go to signal bus. Players, bosses, weapons, equipment. Field. Mining stuff. Let's see. Pebble. Melted pebble. Self. Yo, Smash Bombs. Welcome. I'm trying to fix some things that I noticed during playtesting the game that I wanted to change. Right now, I'm looking at the possibility of picking up, like there's dropping all these pebbles on the ground when you're mining in the game, and I'm trying to make a script which allows you to pick up all the pebbles around you with one button instead of targeting them one by one. That is the current task. I was riding down to the shops and just got back, and I left a triple jump stream, so yeah, you got rated over here. That's correct. Welcome. Suddenly, you found yourself together with the bearded Norwegian dude. Don't think I'm using this. Oh well, you can just stay for now. So when the pebble is melted, we emit the signal smelted pebble stealth, which should alert the pickup area that the pebble is melted. And if this melted pebble was in the list of eligible targets, it should be erased, which saves us some errors, I believe. Eligible pebbles. If it's tracking the pebbles correctly now, we just need like to say when a certain hotkey is pressed. go through each pebble in these eligible pebbles and pick them up. So the pebble pickup thing, I think, is called by this interact function here. Have to be careful though that if there are currently pebbles being hauled, they stop being hauled. So we might, we don't want that to happen. Like pick up all the pebbles should never drop any pebbles. So we might need a separate function. Like, interact AOE pickup. I don't know. I don't know what to call it. Called when all pebbles in area is picked up. All right, Mercenary Mage. Thank you so much, and thanks for stopping by. We want this to run. Safeguarding for the Sir, that's fine. Okay. Think that's fine. The logic, whether we should pick up the pebble or not, based on whether our carrying capacity is met, I think we should do that in the interact script itself, not in this place. Player ID. My brain is being fried right now. There's doing so many new things so fast. Should probably take another break soon. So it is in block group, interact with the player.name. Okay. Now we're also gonna add What should it be called though? AOE pickup? Like, what is a good short name that everyone will understand? Mass pickup? Something like that, maybe? Yeah, that's fine. See, mass pickup, how should that work? We're gonna need the pickup radius here. Area 3D, the node reference. Equipment. This one is not used anymore, I think. Whatever. Let's just place it here for now. Pickup radius area 3D. Let's see. Pickup radius. If mass pickup is pressed, what should be the first thing to check? What do we care about? We care if the carry capacity is met. If it's not met, then we care if there is anything close by that we can pick up. Carry capacity met. Eligible pickup targets. Can pick up without exceeding carrying capacity. Any of the C. Repeat pickup until any of the below fail. Carrying capacity, eligible pickup targets, and can pick up without exceeding carrying capacity. I think it's gonna look something like that. Hmm. So let's just start with carrying capacity. We have a reference to the movement node where the carrying capacity is saved. Here there are two things we care about. The first one is jetpack max carry weight. Okay. The second thing we care about is dragged weight, which is basically the current carry weight. So we're gonna do available carry weight as a float. We're gonna set it to this minus this. So let's say we have a max carry weight of 5 and we're currently dragging 4. We're gonna have available carry weight 1, 5 minus 4. Okay. Um, mm, and if available carry weight is less than or equal to 0, return. Hello, robotic head. Welcome. How are you doing? Check available carrying capacity. All right, next up, we need to check the eligible pickup targets. We did make a reference to the pickup area. Pickup area. Let's see. Unhandled. Pickup area. Var. Eligible pickup targets. Array. Pickup area dot. What is it called? Eligible pebbles. Okay. Should maybe have it a bit more uh, abstract here to use targets in case we have different things we can pick up later other than pebbles. Then the same goes for this one, to be honest, though, because this could be more than pebbles eventually, right? Me think. As long as the thing I'm picking up is a rigid body, these functions will work for other objects as well. And this one can, this one also works even if there's things in the eligible targets that are not pebbles. So yeah. I could add more than pebbles here, I believe. Tired but good. Glad to hear it, man. Yeah. My day and night had been really turned upside down during Christmas, so I'm trying to get back on track myself. Pickup area. Let's go back to the interactions. Eligible pickup targets is this one. Now, let's choose the first object in the array and check the weight. And then if the weight is less or equal to available carry weight, then you can pick it up. Okay. So how do I loop through objects in an array? How do I loop through objects in an array? They are rigid body. DD if that matters. Doesn't matter, blah, blah, blah. Idiomatic way, the most. 4 button bodies. Bodies is in the array, and body is the name we give it. So for item or for target in eligible pickup targets. We're switching computers. Okay, man. For target ineligible pickup targets, we're gonna check its weight first. All right. So a pebble could have a weight somewhere. Set weight from time or weight, or why do I have 2 weights? In weight and or weight. To set weight do. Apply weight from type. Okay, so OR weight is what I'm gonna ultimately. OR weight is what I'm gonna use, okay? And iron weight is in case I want to add like copper, tin, mithril, all kind of things down here, different type of blocks that I could use for my mining blocks or pebbles. Then I could just set the ore weight equal to the type of ore I'm carrying. It's something like that. I have been thinking because this is like going to be a general script that's going to be used for more than iron. It's going to be used for other types of things. So I think that's why. ELDR ore weight is the weight. So we go here, target dot ore weight. That is target weight. And we say if target weight less than equal to available weight, return. There's a couple of things I have to fix that I'm keeping in the back of my head right now. It's like I'm dragging these pebbles around, right? I just have to make sure that any pebbles that is currently being pulled around is not going to be part of eligible targets. Yeah, like a simple fix for now could of course be to say if it's being hauled, then just skip it. Here is a being hauled bool. So if you here say just if target is being hauled, then we just do the next one, you know. Is action. Can I do like this maybe better? Thank you, Robotic Cat. Yeah, he's a real cutie. Bestest cat. Hmm. Now, if everything is okay, the weight is fine to add. We're gonna start hauling this thing. We actually have a check for being hauled here, which means uh, uh, um, that we don't need a separate function for the AoE pickup actually. Blah, 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 blah. Start hauling. Here. Interact AoE pickup. Don't need that one. We're gonna need this one. Okay. Target dot interact player name. Is that gonna be a string automatically? Let's see. We don't have RPC. I have to RPC it as well. Interact player name. Let's just do it like this. Dot RPC. Good. And once that is done, we should update available carry weight. Just reduce it by target weight. All right. Let's see. We have this much available carry weight. If we have like 0 available carry weight or less, then forget about picking anything up. But if we have space, let's see, do we have any eligible targets to pick up in range? If we don't, just forget about it. Let's say we do have eligible targets in range. Let's go through them and see, is it already being hauled by the player? Or by anyone? Then skip it. Let's go to the next one. Let's say that it's not being hauled. Let's look at the target weight. Okay, it weighs this much. Do we have enough available carry weight to pick it up? If we don't, forget about picking anything up. If we do, interact, which is basically pick it up and update the carry weight. Oh, I think that's good. I have no idea. We need to add the mass pickup hotkey. Another hotkey. Add new action. Mass pickup. Mass pickup. Iftar. Okay. Drilling. Or pickaxing. That's the question. That made an error. Is action just pressed? In base input event key. Unhandled input. Is action just press? Let's see. How do I normally use that? I know I've been using it before. Find. Is action just press? In base input event key. Unhandled input. Is action just press? Let's see. How do I normally use that? I know I've been using it before. Find. Is action just press? If input is action just pressed. If input is action just pressed. Okay, let's see. Stop mining. See if we pick up 1. Are we able to? A bit. Shift R. Mass pickup. A in class body. Huh? Oh, I wrote the letter there. Okay. But also, let's see, mouse pickup is Shift R. But what about interact? Just R? Hmm. That still work? Yes. But it might be that it recognizes when I press Shift R, it might run the code for R being pressed. Since R is being pressed, even though Shift is being held at the same time, probably. So this is weird. Let's see. Hmm. Wonder how you usually safeguard against this. Like, how would you do that? I wonder. Has anyone like had this exact dilemma where, of course, if you press Shift R, the game hotkeys are gonna recognize R being pressed and also Shift R if these are two separate hotkeys. So how do you say, like, if Shift R is a hotkey and the player presses Shift R, the code doesn't run the R hotkey, if that makes sense. Like, this is just a horrible workaround that I'm doing right now, but I'm gonna test it to see if it works. But no. So if I click this, it works. Shift R, invalid access, eligible targets, and the base of nil. Okay, so player, interactions, pick area, this one, save, run it, post, like that. Okay, so even if I press Shift R right now, it does upgrade, which it shouldn't. Mass pickup should be Shift R, I believe. Yes. Ah, yeah, but this has nothing to do with the shop interaction. So it might make sense. Oh, lucky iron ore spawn. So interact doesn't run. Input is action just pressed. Wrong button. Oh. And then we have the interact pressed, and then we have blah blah blah. Mass pickup. So wonder what kind of input event it's looking at. Let's see. Okay. Remove this. So R doesn't work. Shift R works, but R doesn't work. If input. Yeah, let's remove this. How does it work then? Interact pressed on Shift R. Weird, weird, weird. I press Shift R and the interact pressed comes up, which is very weird to me. It's because of this line of code. This one stops it if either one is not being pressed. So let's do it like this. Okay. Interact press that. Okay, now R works. Good. And not. Okay. Okay, now it works. But of course, this is a stupid workaround. Um, mm, 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 mm. Just thinking. Let's see. Block pebble is collision 2, 11. So let's do 11 for our pickup area here. Pickup radius, collision. Let's have it collide with 11. Not the player. Mask, I suppose. And then I could see. Print object entered 3. Print object smelted. Okay. Sadly, don't have a clue. I see. I'll chat GPT it shortly to see if he knows anything about it. Okay, this works. Let's take away these. Let's see if anything enters the sphere here. No. Can't see any pebbles that enters the area 3D. No. Okay. So the pickup radius. See here. Lighter transform. Okay, it's very, 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 very small. Let's do by 10 by 10. That's very, very large, but it might be approximately the same range as you can actually pick up stuff, so it's fine. Save that. Now the mining. I was thinking about that. It was really, really far, this raycast. A lot further than this one. Oh, mining raycast, camera raycast, mining. Position -10. Target position. Why? It's not that far. Why can I mine so far away? Maybe I dragged the wrong raycast in. Directions. Mining raycast, raycast mining. Um, Let's make it smaller for a second and see if that changes anything. We do transform minus here, -1. Oh, it's very short, right? Yeah. Yeah, now it's too short to even interact with this thing. Let's do -5, okay. So that's more like it. I'm just surprised. Like that's -5. But now see when I can press the fire rate here. That is closer or very similar to the one I just set now here, which was -5. But the interaction raycast is -10. This far. The mining raycast this far. Going on here? Why is it like this? Something that got messed up and I copied the other one maybe. Raycast mining. Okay. Oh, look how far it is. It's crazy. All the way from here. That is a video. No idea why it's like that. But for now, let's just do -4 then. That, save it. Interactions. Mining raycast. And let's go see if our pebbles are being found. By our pickup radius? No. No pebbles. No pebbles found. It should be mask, right? I have pebbles, rigid body, 3D. I have area 3D with collision shape 3D. Looking for collisions on body entered. Targeting mask 11. Layer 11. Boom. But I can't seem. But the area 3D can't seem to collide with the pebbles. Mismatch of type or other criteria. What I'm thinking is maybe like this collision doesn't trigger with the rigid bodies, but trying to see. Yes, pebbles are 11, so this one is 11. That's fine. Mask 11. This is what I detect. Detect layer 11. Okay. So on our player, pick up radius, mask 11. Our 3D monitoring is on. Okay. Both maps actually have collision shapes. Okay. Pebble, mesh, collision shape, gear shape. Okay. Area 3D body entered. Okay, so that should just be this one then, because we're doing it on the Area 3D itself. I'm not sure why it's using Node 3D. Maybe that's a mistake. I believe it should be rigid body 3D, right? Doesn't make sense that it's a Node 3D. Hmm. What 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 is wrong? We do have our weapon here, which is basically doing the same thing. Oh. We have the eligible targets here. We do have a reference to the range zone, but is that only to tweak the size, maybe? We're not doing anything with it. Hmm. Well, true that only the server should be doing these things, I suppose. Body entered. Connect on body end. Brain setup complete. This one should be running, right? Setup complete, yes. Okay, so then this should be connected. Let's see, what else do we do here? On body enter. Body character, body 3D. That's for the enemies. Just append him. There's nothing. Nothing too complicated going on here. Sphere shape. Do I have a proper shape on the thing? The this one, sphere shape, yeah? Debug size 10. Does it detect the rocks? No, but those are probably not rigid bodies either, though. Just let's remove this for a second. See. On the mining blocks then. Is it gonna find the pebbles? And does it only like it only found the mining blocks just when the game started? Notice it doesn't update anymore. Let me see. Could it be something silly like this thing might not update its position to the player because the node here doesn't update the position to the player? Like this is a child of this interaction node. Since it's not a node 3D, it doesn't update its position, so maybe the pickup radius never moves. Could be. Let's do pipe. Let's just put it as a node 3D, and then we have to update this on top here as well, I guess. Set multiplayer value, null value. Okay. Now we have to do instructions. Synchronizer node. Not sure. Ah, good. Seems to be working. So that was the issue, actually. Great. Then what we can do is go back to the area, pickup radius, turn it on only pebbles. Okay. Now we just need to find the pebbles. It was quick. And the moment of truth, are they gonna enter on the text below? Yes. 2 pebbles found. Awesome. Exit, exit. Enter, enter. And mass pickup pressed. Nothing happens. That is disappointing. I wonder. There is something with a carry weight calculation. Nope. But we are one step further. We know that objects have entered. So now we can print eligible targets like this. On enter and exit and smelting. We can go to interactions. No carry weight available. No eligible targets. Target is already being hauled. Max weight reached. Stopping. And finally, we did supposedly pick up this pebble. Kappa. Okay. We are done. Like that. Your host. Mass pickup. No eligible targets available. That is completely true. Here we go. All right, so we see the list of eligible targets have 3 pebbles in it. So far, so good. We press the mass interact. Max weight reached. Stopping. Okay. So let's go up here and increase our max weight. Um, um, um. True. Mass pickup pressed. Max weight reached. So I made a logical error somewhere where I'm calculating the max weight, which should be here. If target weight is less than or equal to the available carry weight, like that. That has to be correct, right? So basically, I was saying that if I had space to pick up the rock, oh, then I don't have space. That's what I was saying, which is slightly logical. Then again, the same problem still here. So now I need to print the weight and any other. Oh, this works. Okay, okay. So I was allowed to pick up these two. Okay. Where is the limit then? Is it gonna stop at 6 pebbles now? Maybe 6 out of 7. Yes. Okay. Okay. So now it's good. All I have to do is do this, I think. As I was saying, if it puts me at exactly the available carry weight, don't do it. But putting it exactly at the carry weight is fine. Right. Yes, it is working. Fantastico. And now we picked up 1 pebble. Let's say that our carrying capacity is 3. And then we pick it up. Picks up all of them. I should go down and find one more just to double check that it doesn't pick up more than I can carry. Okay. Doesn't pick it up. It says max carry weight reached. Let's drop everything. Yes. Pick up everything. Just picks up 3 of them. Perfect. Perfect. Well, I remember that I had such a stupid workaround with the hotkeys here. I should look into that. Uh, 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 let's see. Later. in Godot. I have an unhandled input event which states something like if input dot is action just pressed action 1 biggity booty. Look at that booty. And the keys for these input actions are R and Shift R respectively. We are going to run into a problem where both of them run when I press Shift R because the game recognizes that R is being pressed. Well, optimally, I would want Shift plus button to run exclusively. Without R, the R press running. Do I have to code explicitly things like if Shift is pressed, then run Shift R, Shift plus button pressed? And if Shift is pressed, then if Shift is not pressed, if R is pressed, or how is this solved in best practice? It makes sense, but it's really annoying. Like, if you have a hotkey which is Shift R and a hotkey which is R, when you press Shift R, you wouldn't want the R hotkey to run usually. So what ChatGPT is suggesting here is that we run action 2, that check for Shift R first and return if it's true. The problem with this is that the player can always mix and match hotkeys as he wants, so he can put this hotkey as Shift R, and then this wouldn't work anymore. There's a small issue here. If the player can rebind their own keys, they can have either action 1 as Shift R or action 2 as Shift R, handling them in a specific order. Doesn't make sense if the player switches the hotkeys around, I believe. Please correct me if I misunderstood. Oh, ChatGPT, you are not being very clever right now, I think. I might have to just hard code it. Oh, it's a pain though. Hmm. Maybe I should watch a YouTube video about some hotkey setting tonight and try to figure it out. Uh, like what would work, but is like really stupid, would be like if Shift plus Alt plus Control is pressed, do these things. Uh, if R is pressed, do this. Then else if Shift plus Alt is pressed. Like if I had a ton of these else if or a match or something, then I could say like, okay, if Shift is being pressed, and then R is being pressed, then handle the specific inputs. But I don't think I'm not sure if this is even gonna work. I have to figure something out there. This is like so basic as well, right? In every game, if you would like many games will have Shift plus a key as a keybind. You have like Shift plus E, and you have E as two different keybinds. That's very normal. And when you press Shift plus E, you don't run the E command. So nope. This is just completely normal, right? There's a true in there though. Is that like to say that this action has to be exact? If so, that is the solution. So, blah, 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 exact match. If they bind action 1 to R, then shift R will not trigger action 1 because the exact true reject the extra modifiers. Okay. That's big. Huge. Let's look at our interactions here. And we want true there. Basically everywhere. We're basically always gonna want to use that. And let's see if we can simplify things then. Like this. If what was being said is correct, then that means that if Shift R is being pressed, this doesn't run anymore because it wants exactly R to be pressed. Let's test it out. Let's see. Stopping mining because it is not include mineable. That's the last message. So if I press interact, shows interact pressed. If I press shift, that's R. Now if I press shift R, which is mass pickup pressed. Which does seem to be working now. Again, like now there's a clear spot at the bottom here. After eligible targets, if I press shift R, mass pickup, no interaction. So it's working. That's really good. The unhandled input. If action sprint true. Uh, 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 um. Adding the extra. Adding true. Demands the exact key press. G. Shift plus R only runs plus R hotkey, not R hotkey. Yes. I'm not sure if you still hear Robotic Head, if you were able to catch it, but if so, we both learned something today. Something very handy indeed. Uh, uh, Now, of course, I would want to update this like 100 places in my code. Yeah. This action. Camera switch. Okay, let's comment it out. Cancel true. Save it. True. True. No, that's not correct. Input free fly. Can free fly. How does this work? Free fly. Oh, this is like some stuff that I copied from Brackis, I think. This is not a part. This is the old code. I don't care. But it should be everything. Hopefully we didn't break anything accidentally. Also, I realized that the reason why the raycast was longer on the mining raycast was because we don't update it yet when we press the camera switch button there. Like the raycast goes from the camera, and when the camera is in the player, the raycast is supposed to be shorter. So we can find it probably by looking at the camera. Swap hotkey, camera switch, camera switch. This is the old code. Oops. Okay. Switch camera. Switch camera. Switch camera. Switch camera. Here, camera ray cast. -8 and -3. Okay. We have a camera mining ray cast as well now. Ray cast. This was in movement. Raycast mining. Okay. Um, mm, mm, Actions. I noticed when I'm holding the mining button, it doesn't really start mining, which would be kind of annoying. So if input is action press mine, isn't that? No, never mind. I was wrong. It does work. It was just since I made the raycast a bit shorter again, it was just a bit unfamiliar. Okay. Another thing is when I go from mining one object to the next, it takes some time to reset the pickaxe before it starts mining again. So basically, as long as I call the stop mining, which does it, I wonder. What does seem to be very smooth is when I'm already mining and I swap to a new target. That seems to be working well. This one, if it is not the same as the previous hit, stop mining and start mining in the same frame. The stop mining. Mining false. Mining, not mining. False. Okay. I imagine that this will update immediately. Yeah. mining goes to true immediately. I can see it when I go. Yeah. As soon as I flick over to this one, mining goes true, but it takes quite a while before it starts mining. So this runs fast enough. It is something to do with maybe the animation of when I stop mining. Maybe the reset animation takes too long or something. Or maybe the reset animation doesn't cancel when I start mining again. Probably. Probably it. So here, right? If the pickaxe animation is playing the swing animation, use the reset mining animation, right? And here, this is when we start mining. If not pickaxe animation node is playing. So basically what this is gonna say is, if it is playing, don't do anything. But even when it plays the reset animation, it is playing an animation. And that is the problem. So debugging. Mining reset animation stops must finish before player can start mining the next rock. That's a problem. Not pickaxe animation on displaying. Else if see, is it like this, I wonder? And right, I should do that with that. I should do that in an RPC. The play swing animation. Does that play swing? It only plays the swing animation. Maybe see. I should stop the swing animation. I should stop the reset animation before I swing. Let's see. How do I stop the reset animation? All right. Do I have to stop the reset animation before I start the next animation? If so, how do I stop it? Might just be like I did like stop, but better get the syntax right. When you do the play, it stops the current animation. So it's basically it's fine. I might get like a little bit of a Teleport of the pickaxe, I imagine, when I skip the reset animation. We will see now. So what I'm gonna do is basically say, if reset is playing, just start it. Don't wait for the reset, basically. Let's see. Yeah, and it doesn't look bad. Let's see. You see there's a tiny bit of a jump on the pickaxe before it starts mining, but that is not very noticeable. Like, it doesn't matter for me, at least. And of course I could smooth it out later. And I might not even be using a pickaxe in this game for all I know. This feels really good because now it's not going to be like a big delay if I accidentally stops mining and before it would take like forever before it starts mining again. But I can definitely make it smoother as well. I imagine something like let the animation finish, even if we lose the target for a split second, like this. As long as I have a target at the end of the animation when the hit happens, then I could trigger the damage, you know. I could let the animation run even though I lose the target for a second like this. Like if I would do this, it would continue mining, but it would only actually hit whatever I'm targeting at the moment the hit goes off. Yes. But it's good now. It's good enough for beta. So I started 6:30 today, 12:40. Either I can take a break and continue a bit, or I could give it a rest for today, come back tomorrow, see the next task. Remove enemies from eligible targets as soon as they die. Change signal timing or create new signal. Is the task there, basically. That is a pretty quick one, I hope. The block health and the value and weight of the drops of the blocks as you go deeper in the mine, that is maybe a bigger project. It is. I'm not sure if the mechanic of having the health of the block increase is necessarily hard at all. I might just add a depth multiplier and just it will just go to the nearest integer or something. Similarly, I could use the like a depth multiplier for the pebbles as they spawn as well, to set the weight and set the value. So perhaps the logic that I need is not that bad. Maybe what's worse is tweaking it, making it actually feel good. Balancing it. You see, one of the things that makes having the health and things scale as you go down in depth is to get is that these upgrades for the pickaxe and stuff is actually valuable, because once you reach like 6 damage on your pickaxe, you're gonna one shot like everything. All the blocks in the game right now is gonna get one shot by 6 damage. No exceptions. So what's the point of upgrading your pickaxe further? But if I have a bit sturdier blocks further down, then upgrading the pickaxe might be more interesting, of course. Wow, high resolution explosions. Absolute cinema. Fantastic. Uh, mm, mm, mm. Yo, later. Ninjavite. Hmm. Not sure if your link is currently working, mate. Reload. All right. Let me take a look here.
Fuck niggers. Don't leave me.
Very good game. Impressive indeed. Hmm. Watch out for the links, by the way, that he sent. They are not safe. Mm, 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 mm. Let's see. to avoid triggering multiple hotkeys in one press. E.g. Iftar hotkey. Okay. Very happy with the progress today. We did quite a lot. Actually got through most of the points that I made during the testing I did. Let me take a quick look at the signal when the enemies die. If there is any reason for me to wait with sending the signal until the enemy actually disappears. Let's see. So we wait 2 seconds and then we remove the enemy. But could we call the signal here? Are we removing the hurt boxes? Disable enemy for node in nodes to disable. No disabled. Hurt box in hurt boxes. Queue free. I think I can immediately call this. Not sure. I think so. So here on the enemy is the on death, calling on death, which does that signal. Uh, that see who listens for the death signal. And enemy died as well. Enemy died. Okay. That signal is being listened to here. It's fine. It's old code. So the missile launcher targets are listening for the death signal. And that is very much what I wanted as well for the death signal to inform this when the enemy was gone. I think one issue is that the eligible targets, it looks for the character body. So it will be able to find that even when the death signal has run. What I could do is something like on the enemy. I could have a bool saying the enemy is dead, so that if the area target selector is trying to access this enemy and like putting him on the list, it's just he's gonna skip it. Let's take a quick look at the enemy died as well. That's another one. Enemy died. Is used to track how many enemies are alive. It is used. Oh, basically that. Okay. So, enemy alive. So, blah 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 blah. Or area target selector. Alive bool. Now what this allows us to do is go in the area target selector on body entered. Hmm. If body alive bool. If not body alive bool, return. So we're basically gonna skip. We're gonna skip adding the enemy to eligible targets if he's already dead, which is completely fair. He does not need to be in the list. Should probably do it here as well, just because. Oh, if we exit the area, if we move the player out of so the enemy leaves the area after he dies, we might get some issue where we have the enemy already disconnected, and then we're gonna try to disconnect him again from eligible targets. Like he's not gonna be an eligible target. So yeah. To test this, we should go to enemy spawner, put it to 30 seconds. Upgrade our fancy weapons. Do 100 damage. With a couple of multi-shots. No, it didn't work actually. Like we could see the missiles flying in circles around the enemy. For a while after he died. How come? Basic enemy. Death. Triggered death. So disable enemy, that is instant. Call enemy on death. Wait 2 seconds, then queue free. Okay. This sets the alive bool to false, which is good. It does emit the death signal. Uh, emit signal, death signal. Let's see. Missile. Think I'm understanding. It's basically the area target selector gets instantly notified that the enemy is no longer an eligible target, but the missile, let's see if I'm correct here, might not get the update immediately. Still a bit weird. If we have a target, do this. If we don't have a target, and we had a target last frame, find target. If not, drift. So target. Target equal target. Area selector set target. Okay. Set target. Okay, that's fine. So currently we're using a random targeting method. Main hurt box node. So eligible target. Main hurt box, main hurt box. Maybe that fixes it. I believe it with the current targeting system, it was targeting the character body 3D and not the actual hurt box or hit box, whatever. Okay, let's see if the missiles turn instantly now. Yes, it works. Perfect. Easy game. Then we did fix that. I would maybe call that a debug, to be honest. Yeah. Only one thing left to do. Man, what am I even gonna do when I fix the tasks from the playtesting? Then I would have to figure out something else to do, something new. Hmm. One thing is for sure. If I have nothing planned to work on, I'm gonna turn on the stream. I'm gonna go in Godot and I'm gonna start working on whatever. I don't know. Maybe I'll go on OneNote. Maybe I'll type some stuff to work on. I am sure I will find something to do. Maybe I could learn Blender. It's kind of surprising. I wasn't able to find very many good sources for a lot of models in Godot. Maybe that is me being unresourceful. But I was struggling a little to find good models. Maybe I can use models for programs like Unity. I'm not sure. I think it depends a little from model to model if you can use it in Godot. Hmm. Anyways, learning some kind of program to do some 3D art might be useful in the long run. That could be fun, of course. Learn some Blender or other program. Hmm. I don't know, boys and possibly girls. Should I call it for today and continue with the block health and value scaling with the depth tomorrow? Maybe brainstorm a little tonight what I could work on other than that as well. Oh yeah, treasure chests with perks. That would be fun. You could find like a treasure chest that gave you a certain bonus or things like that. Yeah. Oh, I could draw some inspiration from Motherload. I did draw a lot of inspiration from Core Keeper for my game. Um, but I'm wondering, like I remember Motherload being so much fun when I was little. Question is that just nostalgia or was the game good? That's the question. Maybe I should play it and see if I still like it and what kind of inspiration I could draw from it. If anyone watching would have like tips as well on what they think could fit in the game, um, feel free to say whatever you're thinking, and we could add it to the brainstorming list here, and perhaps it will end up in the game. Let me take a 5-minute break, and then think I will. I think I'll build at least work a little on the block health and value scaling with a depth before I quit today. Yeah, it's a long stream. I'm getting a little tired, but same time I'm very close to finishing what I had on my list. So I think I'll just push through today at least. Maybe have a shorter stream tomorrow instead. But I will be right back 5 minutes and then finish up with the last task. Be right back. Yo, I'm back. Thanks for stopping by, Smash Bombs. I appreciate it. Have a good night. Block health and value scaling with depth. Let's see. Clear everything we have been working on. Find the mining block. See where we set the health. Scale the health with the depth. So at this point, I think the health should. I think the position of the block should be decided when this runs, but I'm not sure. So what I can do is print position, I guess. No, you see every position is 0. That's not gonna work. Then what we can do is take a look. Is the position on ready? Nope. Set block type. Okay, here we're setting the block type. And here we are changing the scale, position, and everything. Let me just see quickly. Prepare adjacent cubes if near edge. It's fine. If we do it like this, position updated now. Yes, it is. Yes, sir. Since we now have the positions, all of these blocks have position, -10, -6. Okay, so they seem to increment 4 at a time. Or maybe not, maybe -2, see? -6, 6, 10, 14. I guess it starts at -6 and it increments at 4 at a time. Okay. That's fine. Spawn timer, please go back up. 360, thank you very much. Now the question is, Um, should I have the same health of the blocks for quite some time? And then we could change the colors and rewards and everything of blocks that are a bit further down. For example, let's say the top section here is like blocks of value, toughness 1, value 1, right? And then toughness 2, value 2 down here, but maybe those are like another color a little bit so that it is very visible when you start mining the tougher stuff. So that's an option. Another option would be to like gradually just change the toughness and rewards as you go down, and basically use floats as you change it. Let's see, how many down should we mine before we hit like a tougher spot? 1, 2, 5, maybe 5, something like that. I think 5 might be good. Oh, 5 times 4 is 20. So since we're starting at, what was it here? -6. Yeah, -26. Is that a number? Blah, 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 blah. -26, yeah. Let's see, 6, 10, 14, 18, 22, 26. Starting position is 6. So if I would want to change the color every 20, 6, 10, 14, 18, 22, 26, 5, 26, 30, 4, 38, 32, 46. Yeah, every 20, 6 plus 20. 6 plus depth divided by 20. Hmm. No, that's not it. Depth minus 6 divided by 20. depth toughness equal, and of course depth. Depth, depth minus 6, and then divided by 20. As an integer. So I believe integers round down. Let me just double check. Do integers round down? Round down. E.g. 0.898 int will be 0. Okay. And I suppose minus depth would be correct. Or we could do it like this. Minus position y. Depth plus 6 divided by 20. So since this is an integer, it's going to round to a whole number. So the first time this is going to increase from 0 up to 1 is going to be when we reach depth 26. Because then 26 minus 6 is going to be 20. 20 divided by 20 is exactly 1. And then it's going to keep the depth toughness of 1 until we reach like 46 depth, which is every 5 blocks. Like every 6 blocks, I suppose. Like there's going to be 5 blocks in each difficulty or toughness. Now that we have the depth toughness, we can do the ore health, and we can just multiply it by depth toughness plus 1. Or toughness of blocks increase depth toughness increase by 1 at start, 1 and increase by 1 every 20. Why? Every 6 blocks. Okay. Is it every 6 or is it every 5? When you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, new toughness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, new toughness. Every 6, right? I think so. Or health is multiplied by the depth toughness. If we did it correctly, Let's see. We should have. Let me upgrade the damage of this thing. There, 3 damage. It's gonna one shot down to. Well, these are 2 shot. This might be the toughness then. Yeah, and it works. This should be 4 hits then. Yeah. Okay. Oh wait. Okay. So the health scaling works. The model doesn't update its visuals quite correctly. Like it should change visuals at 1/3 health. Let's see. Apply visuals from type and health. That runs in ready. I think we instead run that. No, wait a moment. Is it running down here as well? Or max health? Or max health? And do we set the max health? Up here. Right, so that might be the only thing we have to change. Think that might fix it. Okay, so this is a tough one. No, not yet. This one. Ooh, one of those. Maybe I should go here. 1, 2. Yeah, now it's correct. Now it changes at 33% health and 66% health. And we can check this one as well, though. It's gonna be like every 4 hits then. Yeah. Okay, so toughness scaling beta complete. Now these things, are not scaled. Pebbles. I do wonder though, if I can tweak the color of the mesh. Like here I have I actually have separate meshes for the block based on the health, but I might, and that makes sense because it's at the end of the game, it's not gonna, probably it's not gonna be like you mine a block and it becomes orange and then it becomes red and then it breaks, you know. It's actually gonna be like a block which crumbles down little by little, which is why it makes sense to use different meshes for each stage, the block breaking. But for the depth toughness multiplier, maybe we can have like some sort of color we apply based on the health, like maybe the depth 5 to 10, the block becomes more blue, maybe 11 to 15, it's more red. The color scheme I can figure out later, but the point is maybe we can visualize the toughness increasing by changing the color of the block. Hmm? So how would that look? See, we have we have to apply to all the meshes then. Like this. Visualizing blocks becoming tougher as you dig deeper. Could be done by colors. How can I add a color to my meshes based on depth? What do we call it? Depth toughness? Let's see if we have mining block mesh. This. Check. It's actually the albedo color. Change the albedo color, then change the look of the block like I want to. Use gradient to map toughness. Color. Toughness gradient. And layers, and then it's maximum. Could do something like Tetris does as well, with like repeating color patterns and different. In the end, it's like different colors mixing together and things like that. But yeah, we're gonna be able to make more than 10 levels of colors, I'm pretty sure. If we want to. So apply depth tint. Toughness visual cap. Low depth toughness -1. Why does it do -1 on the depth toughness and the float cap? Doesn't make any sense, does it? Maybe it does, I don't know. Mm. Is it to reach 0 maybe? Yeah, it's maybe to start at 0. Anyways, let's see. We clamp between the toughness -1, so it could start at 0, and uh, divided by the cap -1. So 0 to 9. So at 9 toughness, or no, 10 toughness. We're going to reach the maximum toughness here. Maximum T. Toughness gradient. Dot sample T. So a gradient. What color will the gradient be? Then we modulate. Is that where we apply the gradient then? Hmm. Oh yeah, here's the albedo color. Must avoid editing a shared material. Yeah, can be a real pain when you edit something that is shared. Been there, done that. So we calculate the gradient in the same way, where we do, it's basically percentage of toughness divided by up to the cap, which is like 10. How far towards 10 toughness are we? If we're over 10, it's not going to change anything. It's going to stay like it was 10. Then we get the material, duplicate it, and we override it. And finally, hmm, of course, the problem as well is that we're going to have to do this with like, let's say the material can break 5 times by the end of the game. That's how I decide to do it or whatever. Then we're going to have to do this 5 times per block. Oh yeah, a mission could be cool to use as well. I did use a mission for some stuff. Like I used a mission for my lock-on targeting system. I did like that a lot. So can probably use that to define toughness and also highlighting things like, ooh, treasure chest. This could very well be a separate task though. Create coloring of mesh based on did we call it depth toughness? Okay. To think what we would want. Maybe gradient is enough. But if the other version looks better, I don't know. How much computational power will it be? And memory, I suppose, will it be to duplicate 5 times meshes per block and change their albedo compared to using a gradient? Didn't have thousands. Yeah, thousands of blocks eventually. Mm. Mm. But of course, what I could do though is to say, I like I don't need a unique material for every single block. Even if I'm gonna add like 5 meshes for toughness 2 for iron, then I just add those 5 meshes once and then I reuse them on all the iron blocks in that specific toughness range. The only question is like how much better is it gonna look compared to the gradient, right? Because if the gradient already looks good, then there's no point in making all of these extra meshes. Okay, anyways, meshes, toughness, um, depth toughness. Hmm. I should maybe make it float though. Hmm. No, not for this calculation. Basically, the result of this division, I might want to do this float. Yeah, yeah, because I'm gonna divide them. Yeah, let's do 10. Mm, this. Okay. This precision. Yeah, that's the point. Can I do it like this then? Stop complaining. Block type. Set block type. Hmm. I'm trying to think how this is gonna work in multiplayer too. Multiplayer, because now once I calculate the amount of tint or whatever to put on the block, mm, that's all of those calculations are done on the host. Um, I'm I'm not sure. It synchronizes the block type here and the health state here. And basically, when the block type changes. Block, block, block. Do I even have something called block type? I'm blind. Here, block type. When the block type changes, apply visuals from type and health. So this happens when both the block type change and the health state change. So it's, if I add a tint in here, I think we're good. I think we're Gucci. Not in here, apply visual here. Here we apply the tint. This part already runs for all players. So adding tint here could be good. Let's see, I added depth toughness as a variable for the entire script. Also, see, was it max? Yeah. Added these variables. Depth toughness is set on creation. Now the question is this going to be set before this runs? Let's see. Here we set the block type. No, the toughness is not in place yet. Probably put the toughness here. And just do these. Multiplied by the toughness. Like that. Okay. Now it should be fine. Now depth toughness should be set before this runs. But depth toughness. This probably only runs for the host. Set block type. Set block type. Yeah, that should probably only run for the host. Meaning I need to share the depth toughness. Synchronize it. Meaning I'm gonna need export. And then we can property sync from the mining block depth toughness. And we do it only on change and on spawn. Okay. So here we can add the tint, right? Set on creation by the host and share to all players. Block mesh.mesh. Can you help me applying tint at the bottom of the function where I set block meshes? So it's basically going to be something like current depth -1 divided by max depth -1, clamped from 0 to 1. Like this one, and then modulate. I wonder how they choose to, I wonder what color this is. Is it this one that decided maybe? Let's see. Do this. Is there now a gradient I can change here? Top, I guess. Mesh, mesh, mesh. Blah, blah, blah. Depth toughness. Block type. Here. Gradient. Ah, it's like this. Okay, so then it goes from this color to this color. How can I choose the color? Here? Yeah, okay. So I suppose white is like the, oh, no, what am I doing? Okay, so white, I think is gonna be basically no change. I don't know though, just guessing. I've seen that a lot of the time meshes don't change when you use the white color there, but we'll see. It's gonna be darker and darker and darker as we go deeper. That should never be null. Cap. I don't know why you do this. T set float. Man, what is this? Bullshit. Just do gradient, float, clamp, depth toughness. What is it called? Cap I made. Max depth toughness. And then we make var gradient. Sample gradient. Key model it with value of type color. What is model it do exactly? We did this one. Good. But an error for assigning key modulate with a value of type color on mesh instance 3D. Key modulate. Never added colors like this before. It is pretty cool though if we can make it work. Like gradually change the color as we go deeper. We have like this gradient. I preview. Where would we add this gradient? How to apply gradient color Godot.
The models and scenes. So allow me to show you how to use gradients in your Godot shaders. Recently, one of my former colleagues slid into my DMs. He was trying to port my older Unity tutorials in Godot, but he ran into a problem because in lots of my tutorials I used gradient node. If you are unaware, Unity has a gradient node where you can define a custom gradient. Then you can sample the gradient using the time parameter. If you pass 0, you will get the color from the very left. If you pass 1, you will get the color from the very right. If you pass 0.5, you will get the color from the middle, and so on. And in Godot's visual shader, there is no gradient node, so how can you use gradients in your shaders? Frankly, it is very easy. Godot provides gradient textures. For that, you can of course create a texture parameter here, but I will just directly create a texture 2D node. Then here you can select from a bunch of textures. To keep things simple, I will use this gradient texture 1D. Then in the inspector, you can create a custom gradient.
Ah, that's how you
There
do
are a
it.
bunch of settings to customize it. Then this texture node just samples the texture based on these UVs. I will pass the float constant in the UV. I've used 1D texture, so it doesn't matter what I pass in the Y component of the UVs. But for the X component, this now basically works as time input from Unity's sample gradient node. Let me just repeat the gradients 3 times real quick. So UV multiply 3, and then pass it in the fraction node, and then pass it into the UV slot. Now you can see this visible seams here. You can use some mats to smooth that out, but the simplest way is to just end the gradient with the starting color. In written shaders, it is just as easy. You just define a sampler 2D uniform. In the inspector, you just pass the gradient in shader parameter. Then in the shader, just sample the texture. And that's how you can use the gradients in Godot. And that is all for this quick tip episode. I will release quick tips in Godot.
Albedo Equal texture, gradient, fact UV times 2, RGB. It changes the color based on this gradient. Blah, 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 blah. This is the color, yeah? Set instance shader parameter. Toughness tint, see. Toughness tint. Multiplies the albedo by toughness tint in red, green, blue. I wonder if you can't just do this on the mesh. Also, I don't think I can do this directly on the character, on the static body 3D. Do it on the block mesh, yeah. I kind of wonder though, can't I just do... Can't I set the albedo color here somehow? Never gonna work, right? Albedo doesn't exist. Set surface material override. I am, but then maybe I override the shared material. The problem again. Yo, Crusher Hole, welcome. Of course I'll notice you, man. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you. How is your day, man? Oh, I'm doing good, I'm doing good. Material overrides can be hard, really annoying to work with. This is the first time I have done it, so I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. I haven't worked with this gradient thing either, but that seemed kind of cool. It seems like you can add a spot here, for example, and then change the color. And then you can have like multiple different color in this gradient scheme. So I imagine like I could use this to set colors of blocks in my mind as they get tougher and tougher, harder and harder. Yeah. Material overrides, can we really? Yeah, let's see, new message. Game dev is kind of confusing sometimes. You get me. Well, that's good. Thank you very much. But it's gonna be fine. It will all work out in the end. Toughness gradient. This is the toughness gradient. And then we sample, I don't know what we should call this gradient level. So let's say that this returns like 0.5. Then we should get gray, right? So then we have the color gray. And all we have to do now is to apply the gray color to the albedo. But we have to make sure, that's the thing, we have to make sure we don't override the material that is shared with everything. That's the issue, right? So is that maybe why shaders are easier? What type of game am I working on? This project I made to learn Godot. So that's point one. Second thing that I wanted to learn was I wanted to try multiplayer for the first time. So I'm making it so you can play together with friends. As the project evolved now, it looks like it's going to be a bit like Dome Keeper, where you dig down in the ground and get materials you bring up, and then you buy some upgrades, and you fight off some enemy waves in the like every 5-6 minutes or something, a wave will appear. You have to kill. So you can upgrade your weapons, you can upgrade your pickaxe, you can upgrade your jetpack. That's how far I've gotten. And it wouldn't surprise me if I would add some roguelike elements because I love roguelike games. Hey, same pinch. I've also just started learning game dev, but I'm using Unity for my game engine though. Ah, cool. I actually used Unity for my first game as well. I made it last year, my first game. That one I started with zero experience, and I liked Unity a lot as well. Good for sure. Brackets has some good tutorials on it. ChatGPT is very good at C#. It can help you learn a lot of syntax if you ask the right questions. I don't know if I would call me an experienced guy. I would guess in total lifetime I have worked 700 hours on game dev. So it is getting up to a few months of real work overall, but definitely not very experienced now. maybe as experienced as someone that had worked like 3 months in an actual game dev company. Shifting to Godot, yes, yes. Unity is not bad, no. No, I wanted to try Godot. Godot is very similar to Unity in my eyes. Uh, uh, some of the things that I struggled the most with in Unity was still a bit difficult in Godot, but it was easier. Like how you're gonna reference nodes from everywhere, you know? Like let's say node A is gonna talk to node B, or in Unity, I guess it's not called nodes, like game objects, scripts that are gonna talk with each other. It's always a hassle to learn how you connect them, how you transfer information between stuff. Uh, Godot uses a language which is very much like Python. It's called GDScript. It's a very easy language. Shader type, spatial. So we create this shader material resource, but that is gonna live outside the script then, right? It's gonna be like gonna be a standalone thing that I make. Uniform vector 4 toughness 10. A vec 4. Okay. Instance uniform is the key. Lets you set a different tint per block without duplicating materials. That's nice. This part. Yeah. If you know Python, you're gonna learn GDScript in like 5 seconds. That's no problem. Python was also the first, it's the only programming language that I ever had in school, but I only had it for 1 month. So I had to learn most of my programming just through practice, practical learning while doing. Okay, so once we have this shader, right? We go back to our other script. And here where we apply the tint, set instance shader parameter toughness tint. So this set instance shader parameter, it accesses the shader that we used, that we created, and it gives it the color we created from the toughness gradients. Okay. This seems doable, but who knows how hard it actually is. I like, where would it be fitting to put like a shader? Other scripts, new folder, shaders. Put it here. One folder. Probably gonna have one shader. It's gonna have its own. It's gonna have its own folder, man. So do I create it as a resource then? I create shader as a resource. Think I will. Just have to say yes and no. You don't have to do a million explanation, please. I would love to help, but I have zero experience in Godot. No problem. I'm happy you stopped by and talked to me. Always nice. Don't. No, I'm not asking about this. Just give me a yes or no, dude. Create a shader yes as a resource. Thank you. Create resource. Is it like a shader here? Yeah, shader. Do I pick a visual shader? Shader type, spatial. Okay. Shaders implemented in the Godot shading language. Custom shader program implemented. Blah blah blah. This class is used by a shader material. You can write your own custom behavior for rendering visual items or updating particle information. This one. Yes, thank you. Okay. So what should we call this? Like toughness? Depth, toughness. Create. Now we have this one. Shader type, spatial. It's already there. Called every vertex. Called for every vertex the material is visible on. Oh, and fragment. Called for every pixel the material is visible on. So every pixel it changes the albedo color by the tint. Toughness tint. Instance. Think I understand half of what's going on. Your Duolingo is calling you. All right. Good luck, good luck. Ja, sehr gut. Sehr gut Deutsch. Mein Freund. Create the shader material. So this is the shader, but I'm gonna need a material top of that. Okay. New resource shader material. Depth, toughness. I had a typo here I saw. Toughness. Okay. this is the shader material. Here we can assign the shader. So shader. And we can probably just drag it in here like that. Okay, so now we have a shader material. Now we can add that to our block mesh. Material override, block tint material. Well, that's something else for me, but mesh. Block mesh. No problem. I have a lot of meshes though. I have to do it for all of them, I guess. So this is one. Stone mesh, very damaged. Fading. No. Material override. It's only available on the static body? No. Select your mesh instance 3D. These things, are they just meshes? These are box mesh. Okay. I have block mesh. Material. Right. Have static body. 3D. With a script that have 6 box meshes. I have a block mesh, which is mesh instance. Okay. And I suppose the block mesh is the one I keep changing here. Block mesh. Yes. I apply the individual meshes, box meshes, to the mesh instance 3D reference in my script, which I have attached to the static body. So I do material override on the mesh instance 3D then. Let's see. Material override on what material? Like shader, I guess. This one. Shader material. Like so. And then down here we can do no albedo. Gradient level. Gradient color. Gradient color. Okay. Yo, Crusher Hole, welcome back. Vi bist du? How are you? Probably very wrong. Woher kommst du? He became very white, these blocks. Ah, go away, stupid balls. No, but it does seem like the gradient is working. Like it does seem like it gets darker. Unless I'm imagining it. Yeah. This is darker, right? Has to be. The problem then, right, was that it completely it did completely override how the mesh looked. Yeah, look how dark this is. This is definitely working. Yeah, look. New color scheme here. Here. And here. Yeah. For sure. He's working. So with this, it is working, but it doesn't, how should I say it? Tint the existing material look. It just applies the color from the gradient on the entire block. So let's say, for example, if we had a block with a beautiful painting on it, some mountains. After I applied a shader, the block is completely one color. That's by the gradient given to the shader. The painting is completely gone. That should be understandable, yes. Material override replaces the material. Yes, that's not what I wanted. Material overlay is what I want. Okay. Okay, I understand. Clear. Material overlay. Let's do the tap toughness here. This time, let's make it a bit easier to see that it's actually working. How can we do that? We can go to our mining block here, find the gradient, blah, 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 here. And we can add down here, pink. Okay. Now it should be very visible. Go in game, host. Okay, we can see. I'm gonna upgrade my pickaxe because this is slow. Make a super fast pickaxe. So let's make a drill. Huh. I can't see it becoming pink. Can't see it changing colors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's no way. Colors aren't changing it. Right? The overlay was a scam. Next pass. Depth, toughness. Did I? Oh, oops. That wasn't correct. Depth, toughness, GD, shader. Hmm. Hmm. Best fix. Hmm. Overlay blending. Okay. Was there toughness tint? Alpha value. Ah. See. Gradient color. Toughness gradient, sample gradient level. Right. So this is what we did here. It is a color indeed. So alpha, transparency, I guess. Tint strength, 0 to 1. With Y, 0.35. Is it... I guess it's because if we have it completely at 1, it will override it completely, like it did earlier. Okay. Now we got color with the alpha value. Okay. Okay, bro. It's obviously working, but yeah. Looks like. What about 10% alpha? What is that? Still looks a little messed up. What about 5%? 3%? 3% alpha. Okay, now it still kind of looks good here. So let's go a bit deeper. 4, 5, 6 damage. 7, 8, 9 damage. Ton of attack speed. Down, 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 down. Here, now it's like a new color here. So I think you'll notice it quite clearly that it changes the color and it's fine, but we're onto something for sure. Because now what we could do is go here to the gradient. Can remove this. We can make like hey, you enter a bit of a blue area. I wonder if I can, instead of just dragging it like this, I wonder if I can actually set it on like 10% or something. Let's ask Mr. GPT. As I'm placing extra gradient color schemes, these markers, and choosing colors, I am not sure if I'm able to aim exactly where I want. For example, I might want to set a specific color at 10% gradient or 0.1 value. And I move these sliders, these markers, to a specific value. Question mark. Ah, here, grid snap. Awesome. Oh, that's so nice, bro. Let's do 6 alpha. First one, brownish. Second one, blue. Third one, red. Yellow. Green. Yellow. Red. Blue. Purple. Red. What's happening here? Yellow. Green. Yellow. Blue. Pink. Red. And then darker, darker, dark. It's fine. Yes. Hey, green level. Green, green, green. I'm gonna reach yellow. Might be difficult to see the difference between green and yellow now that I think about it. But it's fine. Hmm. so we got toughness scaling, color gradient as we go deeper. Yeah, different colors. We can tweak those later. Hard to see the difference between those. Probably these as well then. So let's just keep it like this. Okay. Or we could maybe swap it around like this. Slightly more. Great coloring of mesh based on depth toughness. Good. Block health scaling with depth. Pebbles value and weight scaling with depth. Okay. I think we're gonna wrap it up for today. So I'm gonna write a short summary. Summary. I guess I can do a weekly summary. Um, I didn't even think about the UI. Multi-shot logic. Multi-shot barraging instead of stacking. Yes. Random targeting we added. Block health scaling with depth. More valuable and heavier pebbles. Scaling with depth. Well, that is not done yet. I shouldn't add that. Let's see, we did some bug fixes as well today. Those were just verifying. We didn't really do anything. Debugging. That's fine. We didn't do anything. Mining reset animation must finish before. Yeah. Mining delay when stopping and then starting. And quickly starting is fixed. Okay. What else? Hotkeys must now. Hotkeys now only recognizes the exact required inputs. Does not trigger hotkey R. Now only triggers hotkey shift plus R and not R. Signals on enemy deaths arrive faster. So missiles arrive faster to missiles. So they can swap targets immediately when an enemy dies. That was nice. Yep. That is the task log for today. Tomorrow we will start with weight and value scaling for the drops from the rocks. And then we will figure out what to work on next. I know on my new computer I haven't set up any form of notifications yet. If anyone followed or something, I know there was a little like raid today as well. So if anyone ended up following, thank you so much, and I'm sorry that I missed it. And yeah, hopefully I'll see some of you again someday, and we will see how this game eventually turns out. Gonna be working a lot on it in 2026. Thanks for staying all day, some of you, and I'll see you next time. Thank you. Goodbye.